All right, we ready to lock in. Um, man, I don't want to do work today. Today's just one of the days I don't want to do work, but we're gonna do work. We're gonna get some shit done. All right. I have a collection of things to do. So, what we're gonna do is I'm gonna show you the collection of stuff that we have. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Right. So I'm gonna copy from my sticky note here. We have this. 6 things. Easy peasy. We can wrap this up in like an hour and be done with this. Probably not, actually. Um, some of these things are like super inconsequential. Some of these things are actually a little bit major, and some of these things are like 3 seconds of work. Um, I wanted to hold off on bugs until I had enough to like actually like sit down and something to sink my teeth into, right? And this isn't really a lot, but it's just a bunch of small minor things that have piled up, and I'm like, you know what? Let's just get this done. Then I can check this off. This will be done. I can move on with my life, right? So that's kind of the idea here. Um, obviously the first thing, this right here. This is this is in no particular order, but this right here, easiest peasiest, right? So what is this? This is basically wherever. I think it's here in the thing. Yeah, right. So it's like the mod author is this. If I go into the Gradle properties, mod author is this, right? Which is fine. But for this, not this. Where is this? Separate mod author list property fencing mod and mod author for build Gradle. Yeah. Uh-huh. Right, so like this is here. I think this is something that only scaling features will pose a problem. I might add it here anyway, because why not? Let me check. I know there's a problem in this one. Um, yeah, because the specification vendor. See, we don't have a specification vendor here. And we also have an implementation vendor, but we also don't have an implementation vendor here either. So we're going to add a specification vendor. Specification vendor and a specification, oh, sorry, an implementation vendor. Just to have all this metadata correct. However, we have to change this. I want to change this to like mod author list, and then we'll have mod owner, and that'll be me, I guess. And then in here we'll put mod owner here. right? Just like this. And then this needs to be mod author list. Apparently that was too much for it to handle. Synchronize it. Brother. Ah. I don't know. Apparently I'm working too fast for it. It's waiting. It's currently trying to synchronize Gradle projects with Workspace, and it's taking its sweet fucking time. So just to make sure we get everything, I'm going to search mod author here and just see. Yeah, it's just these two, right? So that's all I wanted to do. All I wanted to do was add the vendor information as myself. I guess that's technically all I wanted to do here. So that's something. I guess that's more a scaling fees problem that I thought was be a DDD problem, and then was just like, ah, whatever. Oh my god, we're synchronizing Gradle again? Dude, I pressed save. There are two buttons together on my keyboard, the control button, the S button. I pressed them in tandem and Eclipse explodes. I had no idea these were explode buttons. So some of these are really easy. This is also pretty easy. This is also pretty easy. These two, maybe not as easy. Dude, I already done this in like 15 minutes. Fuck. I already done this in 15 minutes. There's like nothing to do. Oh my god, dude. I thought there'd be some massive explosion of stuff that would take 9 fucking years to go through. But there isn't. This isn't the shortest dev stream ever. At least for DDD. Maybe I switch and do something else. I don't know. Completely wild. So one thing I want to double check here is so a lot of these associate with issues. Okay, let's do this one first. The 125, this one. This one is number 125. And that's what we're going to work on. Okay, so there's some shit here. It's actually not that bad. This is in client, Bobble's client. There's a Bobble shit. So the Bobble modifier formatter and then the bottle item damage distribution formatter. I need to propagate changes to this. So, what I wrote in this issue is that we have an instance of iBobble check, which doesn't work because some items may be bobbles but not implement the interface, since that would be a hard dependency on bobbles mods for mods with optional bobbles aware items. Instead, I need a check for the bobbles capability. So instead of this, we need t.get item.has capability. T.has capability. In the item. I guess I don't need chair. I guess I don't need a chair. I don't need a chair if the item has it. I need to know what the bobble capability is. Bobbles capabilities. Dot capability item bobble. And then I guess it's probably null, right? Something like this. Because yeah, this is the capability inject for the eye bobble, which is the capability itself that gets attached. And something might not implement the eye bobble interface, but still support this. Right? Something like that. And once again, we need to propagate these changes over to the item damage distribution thing, because it's the exact same thing here. And it's not t.getItem that has capability, because the item doesn't have the item isn't an eye capability provider, but this thing is. Bobble cap capability item. We need the item bobble, and then this is also null as well, because I don't think there's any facing relevancy for this. See, look, like, the easiest fucking shit in the world. This was on October 1st. Okay. So now I do want to check to make sure this works. And I can check that this works pretty easily. Right? I just need to load up DDD and open the folder here, and then go into the config for my test thing, and just kind of drop a modifier for a capability for an item that I know doesn't have that does not implement this. Because if I go to here, project and external dependencies, and I find bobbles, which is right here, this in items, it's going to have the item ring, and this thing implements iBobble, which is why it works for this, which is what I tested it on. But then if we go, and so this would have capability for it or whatever. But then if I go to Electroblob's wizardry and I go through to the items here, there's some artifacts, I think. Item artifact. Right? And so this doesn't actually this doesn't actually see, look, init capabilities. Artifact bobble provider. Boom. It gives it an artifact bobble provider. Where they get the bubbles thing and they do all that. Artifact bobble provider. Implements eye capability provider. It's a bobble type. This bobble type is a bobble API thing. And it has capability and it returns this. And that's how they basically attach this capability without actually implementing it. Because it's just an eye capability, right? It's just capability that they attach to it. Right, and so I'm checking for this capability. Okay, that's these. And then in the config for this, I don't really have this open or whatever. I don't really have have this streamed. This is fine. We're just going to make this super quick, super easy. We gotta find bobbles. If I just control F bobbles, I should be able to find bobbles integration. There we are. So I added it to the ring, right? But now suppose I basically do the same thing. However, we change it from bobbles ring. Actually, no, I want Control Shift F. No, how do you replace? Oh, it's Control H. Who the fuck Control H is? Ring. And I want to replace that with an artifact item. I don't know what the artifact item is, what its ID is. Uh-huh. I was literally just in this class. Awesome. I think this is just, I don't think this has anything arbitrary or like helpful. Yeah, no, it doesn't do shit. And then capabilities. I gotta find, I guess this is probably extended. Maybe not, I don't know. Can I get a type hierarchy for this? Is this gonna help me? No. Alright, where do you initialize your items then, buddy boy? You doing the proxy? No, not this. Not the sided proxy thing. I want this. Uh, really? Get the world. Really? Fascinating. I also wish to get the world and the player. Okay, this is... We got a couple of options here. Yeah, open this client proxy. Wizardry items, but that's what I want. Where the fuck are you? I don't even know. What package are you even in? Registry. Gotcha. Um, item, all this other shit. These are all placeholders. No one gives a shit. Item 1, I get one, blah, blah, blah. Register item. Cares. No one cares. Register the item blocks. Register items. Okay, yeah. There's the handbook, arcane tome, spellbook, scroll, wand. No one cares about that. Spectral scroll, all this other shit. Identification scroll, upgrades, bombs, armor. Bypass all this shit. I just don't want to launch the game multiple times. Ring condensing. Okay. Ring condensing, ring siphoning, ring battle mage, ring blah blah blah. Amulets, charm haggler, charm move speed. Right, so okay, these are all the artifacts or whatever. I can get like amulet wisdom or whatever the heck and do that. Alright, so now here I can replace, and this has to be, is it Electroblob's wizardry or EB wizardry? Fuck, dude, I don't remember. EB wizardry, that's what it is. Amulet wisdom. Find next. Okay, so this one, replace, 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 replace. Okay, good. And now I just change this. Or actually, I just leave it because I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about changing it. Alright, cool. Cool beans. And now it checks for the capability instead. Wow. I'm just gonna make sure it works before I, pop off with shit like that. Yeah, so in mods here, just drop this. This should be 192. Fuck, I should probably have specified that we're on 192 right now. And then I need to open this folder again, but not this folder. Not this folder. But where's this folder? This folder. Please. Here, we're still building. Maybe we'll take 9 years to build. Maybe we will actually build as 192. That would be kind of cool, don't you think? Probably not. Definitely not. It just built it as 191. Whatever, who cares? We're nearly there. I think it's just re-obfuscating. I think that's what it's doing. Oh, it's running test or whatever the fuck. I go on the record and say that after working on Suffering from Success and Scaling Feast, I come back to DDD. I haven't touched the workspace. I haven't done shit. Everything just starts crumbling and self-combusting. I had to like rebuild the project to make sure that all the dependencies were loaded, and then reload Eclipse so it could recognize all the dependencies were there. Why is this a thing? I think I know why. Because like it cleaned the cache or whatever, and so it doesn't recognize that JUnit is there, and then it fucking screams very loudly at me. Okay, all I want to do is just double check this works. That's the only thing I've really changed here, right? So we're just gonna implement and check, implement and check for every single thing on that list. Make sure that they all work. We're not gonna implement it and go, yeah, that totally works, and then move on with our life. No, no, no. While that is going, one thing I wanted to look at was this crash on startup. That's a really annoying crash on startup. But it's possible to fix. It's just really annoying. Alright, welcome to Widecraft. Welcome to Minecraft is lagging my fucking existence. Yeah. Okay, so, don't worry about that guy. He's just here to have some fun. It's fine, don't worry about it. Wait a second. What the fuck? Okay. There's some bullshit afoot. Alright, we might have something interesting after all. All I wanted to do was check the, I'm here to just check the whatever it is. I like my doubled up sound that I keep having. I have no fucking clue why that is. And I guess. It's not actually. I hate it. So one amulet here. Yes, dude, look at this. It works now. Because it does. This should, now we just want to also verify this actually works. I need to equip this. Which means I need this so I can actually open the bubbles. Actually, I don't even think I needed that. Oh yeah, I did. Okay, so this should hit with some force. Fuck, don't do that. Oh, it did full bludgeoning. This does give me necrotic resistance. Okay, can I? Can you... Bye. Really? You're not gonna despawn, huh? Cool. Alright, so, I can bypass immunity to fire. I have poison immunity, and I have extra necrotic resistance. This doesn't actually change my damage, right? This just increases the damage I have of that type. I didn't inflict anything of that type. Okay, this is... I need to do something that does piercing. Like holding an arrow. Or like another star, right? Because this increases my force damage by 10%. Alright, yeah, give me another star. I'm not too sure I understand why, but fuck it, dude, whatever, I don't give a shit. So normally I do 1 damage, so now I should do like probably about 1.1 damage. 1.05 damage. Oh wait, yeah, because it's half. Hello, what's happening? I think I'm wondering why my sound is getting duplicated, but it's always been duplicated. Why is this duplicated? You know, you hear it too, right? But it happened twice. Why does my sound happen twice? Whatever. I don't think that matters. Actually, I think it matters greatly. It annoys the hell out of me, but I don't care. Anyway, we're doing like the smallest, most minor bug fixes that probably don't matter. Well, actually, they do matter, but it's probably not going to take very long. Is this like a sound issue? Or is this just like an OBS thing? I don't know. Maybe it's just on my end. If it's just on my end, I don't give a shit. Anyway, we fixed that. That works. Yeah, I'll have to check. I'll have to check and see if that kind of doubles up. Anyway, let me show you my little to-do list we got here that we're going to get through so fast that it's going to be really unfortunate because I don't know what the hell I'm going to be doing next. That's this one. We have these 4 things left. 4 things, we're not even an hour in. And there's literally just 4 things left. This is also super easy. I can do this very quick. So we're going to do this very quick. I should check for and remove attribute modifiers on the entity before trying to apply new ones. And I wrote an issue about it. Yeah, so over here, I don't need to look in here anymore. I think it's in till the damage calculation, combat calculations. Is it in combat calculation where I apply this? No, it's here. Okay, open the implementation for this. Where we go through this and we apply the modifier, right? This is in this enum, which doesn't apply modifier. Apply modifier is well, oh, it overrides the apply modifier? No. Oh, because it applies to this, right? And then it does that. Right. And then I extract a value out of that, right? So then this is package. No, this is public. This is package. What do you use? You use the armor values. You use the armor values, which is like the way you would go about doing it. I mean, I guess this has a default, so we can just do this here when it applies the modifier, because this just, it all comes down to here, right? So this is going to get an iAttribute instance. And this is going to be, basically we're just going to get this part here. Right, and then attribute dot as modifier. Right, and we make the, do we, how do you do this? You remove the modifier, but you don't actually check there. You just remove this modifier here and then apply this modifier when you apply the modifier by removing the existing one. But if for some reason bullshit is afoot, which I guess sometimes can happen, attribute dot has modifier. This is going to check for this attribute modifier off of its UUID. No, right? Yeah, it's gonna check if that's true. Actually, just do this. Just get modifier. And this dot get UUID because I can do that. We have this. This is an attribute modifier, right? Then, if this is null, if I reassign it, no, I'm assigning it to this, right? I'd need to actually change this. Okay. If then I'm so much better doing has modifier. If they have the modifier, I need to remove the modifier. And this needs this. So what we will actually do is that we will assign this here. Right? We basically just create this, and then if it has the modifier, we attribute remove modifier. I don't think it matters which one we call at this point, but I think we can do this and pass the mod. And then we apply the mod. I really wanted to avoid having to do this, but apparently things don't play nice. Apparently things don't play nice. So this has modifier implementation checks for this, right? And then this remove modifier implementation is we're calling this thing anyway, where it's gonna remove it from these things and then do that. Yeah, okay. Right, so now I don't even know when the fuck this happens. I tried to recreate this. I legit could not recreate this problem. There's like something else at play that's like messing with stuff. But basically what's happening is like DDD is getting desynced on the modifier that should exist and the modifier that doesn't. And I'm guessing that somehow happens during calculation. Because we have an on entity tick where, you know, every 20 ticks or whatever, it's going to go here and it's going to clear. And this clear implementation is going to force remove all the armor modifiers. So if at any point DDD gets desynced, then, you know, once a second, it's going to clear that out. If the calculation exists and there's, you know, shenanigans afoot. And if the calculations are empty, but there are still existing armor modifiers, we run into this. Right? So that's a thing for starters. So we can remove the extras, right? And that will forcefully remove everything. Does this remove all armor modifiers? No, it could apply to previous ones. Right, and so it can fix itself, right? Like I have that in there. And so this is not really too much of a problem. Because although the stack is supposed to like track things, I guess in some weird instance there's some shit that's like fucked up and not correct. Maybe from trying to do damage multiple times, and I don't know. This really shouldn't be happening. I can't recreate it, so I don't know what it is, right? But I don't know, dude. I don't know. I have a feeling that this probably shouldn't happen, but apparently it somehow does. There is a specific series of shenanigans that occurs, and I don't know. It might be some like Tinker's construct, because the issue here was the scepter from Tinker's Evolution. You hit a pharaoh from Atum with it, and then it crashes. I'm suspecting some kind of trait or modifier on the scepter causes that problem. I don't know what, but either way, if that problem ends up happening now, it should attempt to remove this modifier, right? If we try to apply a modifier when there's already a modifier present, we should do this. I'm gonna throw a warning message saying that this probably shouldn't be happening. All I can basically do is just throw a warning there saying that that's not something that should happen. But what if you have this and like this is like constantly happening? DD is gonna spam the log. Probably don't want DDD spamming the log, right? That'd kind of be bad. Not ideal. Suboptimal, even. We'll stop throwing this warning if it happens %D more times. Oh, Thorwing? Jesus. I need to actually. Alright, that's for other stuff. Oh, we also have suppress warnings. Oh, then I don't even care. If there's a constant problem and you understand what's going on, use suppress warnings. Bada boom, bada bing. And we're fine. I thought that was only on registration, but not anywhere else. Okay. I'm so big brain. This I can't test though, because I can't recreate it. All I can know is that this does fix the problem, because this is where the problem occurs, and it occurs because the modifier is already present. So the modifier is present, remove it first, then do this. Easy peasy, right? So in theory, this solves the problem. If for some reason this fails to solve the problem, then something is seriously wrong. At that point, I will need divine intervention. And I do not possess that power, nor can I roll that good. Anyway, that's this one. Like I said, easy peasy. Now we're getting to some things that are little interesting. This one is also interesting. And I don't. Is this really what I want to do? Have I really thought this one through? I open this. For hurt steps, if the damage ends up being exactly 0 after the hurt step, Minecraft doesn't proceed to the damage step. Oh, well that's a good thing. This can mess up DDD if the next source to hit the target within 20 ticks has the same damage source and attacker. And I bet you money, actually, not really, but I will bet you theoretical shillings, that this problem here is the whole reason the other problem happens. Right? So at the end of handle attack stage, I even wrote a solution for this because I I'm so appreciative of me knowing that I'm gonna come to this like so much later. And I just tell myself, you should do this. Go do this. And then I can look at past me and check to see if they're on crack or whatever the fuck. But in this case, no, past me seem to be on the ball here, so it's good. So this is going to be in the combat tracker because we need to go to the end of handle attack stage. Are you sure it's not handle hurt stage? Oh, fuck. Are are you sure? I I think it's handle hurt stage, but I wrote handle attack stage. But I wrote hurt steps. Ah, God. Nope. Past me was fucking dumb. So I wrote for hurt steps. And then I need to say I wrote check for 0 damage at the end of handle attack stage. That is probably not it. Maybe. Where is the nearest call of fighter? Here it is. Because you are in the living base. And so I'm going to check. I'm going to check. How stupid am I? That's on death. And block damage source, blah blah blah. Block using shield, good for you. No one cares. This is attack entity from. All right, so this is the on-living attack. This is the attack step. This is when DDD does his attack step stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Nice, look at you, a 10 stream watch streak, and that's sick as fuck. Thanks for watching, bro. Hope you're having a great time with us. And then I think it's damage entity? Yes, right here. This is the Horseman of the Apocalypse. Right? Because we fire living hurt. And then if the damage amount is less than or equal to 0, then we just return, which means we don't apply the armor calculations, we don't apply the potion damage calculations, we don't do any of this garbage. None of this garbage gets done. Which means we leave early. So, when we leave early in the combat tracker, because combat calculations, and this is actually very important here. Combat calculation on her is done at low priority, so it usually happens after everything else. In that case, the damage probably is going to be done. Now, maybe there's something that fires on, like, lowest and sets the damage to 1,000,000,000. Fuck whatever mod ever decides to do that. And basically try and squeeze in after DDD and go, yeah, I'm going to set the damage and do dumb shit. That's dumb. Fuck that. Now, I guess the question... So I do set the amount here to whatever F is. Where the fuck is F? Damage map.values. Incoming damage, map it, sum the values, filter if it's not a number, but then get the float value, and then if it's present, we do this. We set it, right? So if I set it to 0, and so what I'm thinking here is before I apply this, Because there's no point in applying armor if it's just gonna not be used, right? And it's not gonna get used, and so then we're not gonna hit this, the armor modifier is not gonna be removed, and so I wanna do it here. Here is very important. Right? And I'm thinking we leave out early here. We still fire the callback, right? Because we're getting out of the if present thing, which is just going to bypass this. So then we do this, or event.get amount is less than or equal to 0.0. Exactly as stated on any living base. I'm even going to put a comment here. Right? So now we leave early, right? Which means we're not applying armor mods. This is important. I'm specifically choosing that. Then, in the combat calculations, no, not in the combat calculations. This handles the hurt stage. And then we fire this. Oh, wait, I'm in combat calculation. I'm thinking. So I stated to check for 0 damage at the end of handle attack stage, or well, it would be handle hurt stage, and check for 0 damage at the end of that, and then clean up the calculation. Where do we clean up the calculation? This is private. We also don't need to fire an update adaptive resistance event because there's nothing to adapt to if they're taking 0 damage. Right, because in theory, right, for anything that's 0, actually, will it adapt if the damage is 0? I'm not too sure. How the heck is this working specifically? Mech context. When do you do effects here, right? I guess I do it on here, right? On damage. PDD effects. Remove the armor modifiers, we handle the damage stage, we get the recent results, we do that everything, right? So I think This should be void. I mean, I guess at this point, are there even effects to do? Right, because here we've reduced the damage, but we have done nothing to indicate in the results if we have immunity, if we have weakness, if we have resistance, if we have any of that nonsense. And so the DDD effects can't do anything because the resistance wasn't hit, weakness wasn't hit, immunity wasn't triggered. We're not going to get anything. So it doesn't even matter. We don't need this. So leave early. This makes sense. I need an atomic boolean. Unless I check this twice. Which I could check for twice. Or I could just set a boolean flag once, but it would have to be atomic. And the initial value will be false. Damage was not 0. And then I can... Was damage 0? No, wait, this is not good. Don't do that. What's this lazy set shit? Eventually sets to the given value. Yeah, cool. Cool beans. Unconditionally sets to the given value. Yeah, we just want to unconditionally set to f equals 0.0 f. Less than equal. It has to be atomic because I can't set in lambdas like this. It has to be final or effectively final or atomic. So after we fire the callbacks, we need if was damage 0.get. Now, if the damage was 0, now we do this, where we need to clean up the calculation. But we are in combat calculations right now. And it makes sense to wait and do it not in the combat tracker, but also technically in the combat tracker, because I want to handle the hurt stage first and then do all of this stuff and basically just go, okay, I'm setting the damage to 0, to something less than 0. And then we want to go from here. There's no defenses to classify. There's nothing, because the damage is 0. Now, I could just clear it. But at the same time, what if they get hit? We're doing calculations there that's applying armor, and there's a sub-calculation that starts, and that sub-calculation ends early. I need to just clean up that one sub-calculation, but I need to not clear everything. If I clear everything, then when it goes back to the main calculation, it's gonna be like, where's all my shit? Right? It's gonna get real confused. Don't want that. So basically what I need to do is I need to mark the calculation as completed and clean up after the calculation without doing any of this. Basically skipping all of this shit. Right? I mean, fundamentally, if the map is empty, the incoming damage is probably 0 or 2, but maybe not. We just need to mark it as complete and do this. We have to do this. But do I need to remove the armor modifiers as well? No, because there was no armor modifiers applied. There's no armor modifiers I need to remove. Because the damage was 0. And then it's going to go back to that. Nothing's going to have changed. And because the living attack is on lowest priority, if something wants to cancel living attack, I'm not going to receive this. They cancel it early. Canceling is fine, right? Canceling is fine. Like, this doesn't even happen, right? I don't apply that, but now I need to find a way to get my combat tracker to end its calculation early without, like, really, I don't really want to expose anything to it, right? I could do it in the hurt stage, though, I guess. Right, I can check to see if the damage is 0. And if the damage is 0, I won't even bother putting armor values in. Like, this is just a waste of time if it's not going to be used. So, we need to know if the damage is 0, and the damage will be 0 because none of this is actually going to change the damage that is being dealt, right? Like, none of that's changing any of that. This... I might not need this. I don't know, we'll see. I think what I can do here is on hurt stage, we have all of this, right? It blocks it, and let's say at some point this damage is 0. Right, this returns this. So this can mean that if you manage to block everything, you don't proceed to the damage step. How does DDD not run into this problem normally? If you have a shield that fully blocks everything, shouldn't you still take the damage? Or sorry, not take damage. Shouldn't you still, shouldn't that damage still end up being 0? If your shield, like, fully blocks everything? And if the damage is 0, shouldn't everything just fucking explode? Why doesn't it explode? Why am... I feel like I'm looking at, like, a bomb that's ready to go off. And it confuses me greatly. At this point, the damage on hurt, the damage, like, if the shield manages to block it all to be 0, right? Because this is just going to go into here, and for each one, we're going to block the damage. Blocking the damage is clamping it between 0 and float max value of damage times 1 minus weight. If the weight is 1, right, then the damage ends up being 0. If I have a shield with 100% piercing effectiveness and it blocks exclusively piercing damage, then it sets it to... it removes the mapping from it. It removes the mapping. And this returns the damage map itself. We'll map to double with float value. What the fuck are you talking about? To double function. Okay, fine. Can I just do double value? Oh, maybe because I need to actually do it correctly. Map to double dot sum, right? And so what this will do is we'll block it. We'll do all of that. Then we're going to take the map that's being returned here, and we're going to sum it all up. Boom, right? I feel like it's probably better to just do dot reduce float sum here, probably. Yeah, that's probably more like, that's probably a little bit better. So we just, boom, collapse it all together, right? What do you mean? Oh, it's optional. Dot filter. Dot is present. Right, this will check if the damage is 0. Okay, whatever. If is damage 0, right? We'd still like basically want to do all of this stuff, but then if the damage is 0, we end early. In fact, I might want to add a config for this, literally just in case. Well, if there's any other config thing I want to put this in, general damage resistance enchant. What the heck? General. Probably put it in core. Enable this drops, press warnings, press registration, joining stats, generate JSON. Yeah, okay. This is probably a compat setting. Vanilla Minecraft skips the damage step. Actually, I should probably say it. Forge breaks damage into 3 steps. Attack, hurt, and damage. Vanilla Minecraft skips the damage step if the amount of damage is at or below 0 after the hurt step. That makes sense. Forge breaks damage into 3 steps: attack, hurt, and damage. Vanilla Minecraft skips the damage step if the amount of damage is at or below 0 after the hurt step. In order not getting GZD should end its calculations at that point, else carryover information might mess something up. Yes, this makes sense. However, if some mod changes this vanilla behavior such that the damage step is still performed, you can set this to false, so DDD won't clean up after, won't clean up its calculation if the damage becomes 0 or less after the hurt step. Boom. That's all we need. A nice, neat little thing. Damage is 0 and mod config dot compat dot end early calculations. Then all we want to do here is we want to do calc dot mark completed and this dot clean up after calculation and return. Right? Like we don't need to do that. And then we go back to here and it fires the callback for the event. And that callback is going to fire living hurt info. You know, that's fine. It's not going to even do anything. It's fine. So I don't actually need this. Actually, because this is mapped to a lambda within a lambda, I'm gonna find. Oh, I can do this. Was damage 0. And then I can set was damage 0 equal to this. And since it is final, or effectively final, because I only set it the one time, we can actually check if damage is 0. Pob. Pob? Pob. No, you bitch head! The final local variable cannot be assigned since it is defined in an enclosing scope. And then if I do this, it's going to do something else. The error is going to be local variable defined in enclosing scope must be final or effectively final. This is the shit I'm talking about. This is the shit I am, in fact, talking about. Alright. This is why we need atomic boolean. And then I set it here. And then I get it here. This is why we need an atomic boolean. Just so that we can set that flag. Right? And this computes on each thing. For this category, for each one, it computes it on the full damage. And it just returns the same map. So this is the same map modified, which is what I wanted. And then the combat tracker, yeah, we block here. And then we get the values we should reduce. We check if it's 0, all that shit. Return an optional describing the reduced value, if any. Found any is false for all the elements in the stream. Okay. Dot or else. Actually, I think I want or else 0.0f. If there's nothing there, I think I want to do that, and then I will just do this. Right? So like if we sum it, if there's nothing there, then we might as well treat it as 0, and then basically it sets it to 0. I could have just done the filter predicate and then or else true, but this I think this is better. And then we can end early calculations by marking it completed and cleaning up after the calculation. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. Just got to mark it as complete and clean it up. Now, should we actually mark it as completed? Because the last calculation kind of didn't happen. Especially if we talk about the results here. Right? Because the results builder, it builds a set of combat results, right? Yeah, builds a set of combat results. Which, this will be false, this will be false, this will be false. Actually, this could be true. But it could be false. So this could actually be one or the other. And, that would be false. So, you know what? I think we mark it as completed. We have technically completed the calculation. I want to debug out here so that when I test it, I can test to see when this is doing. I can change the shield's values and make sure that all that is set correctly. Now, where do we use was shield effective? Give me a call hierarchy for this. Is applicable, for combat sounds and on knockback. Okay, so we can prevent the knockback. Yeah. In that case, we should definitely make sure that we mark that calculation as complete. But I do want to put some sort of debug here. I guess I could do if this seems a little weird, but we'll do this. And then we'll do debug lib dot output formatted debug. I guess I just debug here, right? Yeah, I don't need to format this or whatever. This needs to be the damage was 0 and odd config dot compat dot end early calculations. We need to check that twice. One to clean it up, one to dip early. I guess I actually do so. I think I do want a debug lib call here actually. Big dot compat dot end early calculations. There we go. Now we have that. Right? And then it leaves early. It doesn't apply this, right? And then Minecraft leaves early, right here, under the same conditions. Which means none of this ends up happening. I could have another event that maybe listened on, like, lowest priority for that, but I think that's a little unnecessary. Probably. If it ends up being a problem, then I know I can do that. I know that's available, that's on the table. And then it won't do anything. Yeah, this is good. Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about that. I'm going to go to shield distributions. This is the only way I can really feasibly check. Because it has to be checked before. Something like resistance, reducing the damage to 0 and all the other stuff, that doesn't matter. Because that's all applied after. That's all applied on damage. So if I go to shield effectiveness and I set piercing for this shield effectiveness to 1 in this config here, then when I build this and put this in, we hold up a shield in front of a skeleton, the skeleton does 0 damage to us, and hopefully we pray. Pick your favorite god, really. I don't know, I have no preference. You pick one, and you pray that the world does not explode. There we go. Alright, so we got this. The default value is to dip early. Also set. Basically all I want to do is open up the output log here and make sure the output log says that we are leaving early and that everything, you know, is good to go, basically. Which will involve having a shield. So this, I think this doesn't have a shield because it doesn't have a shield. It is a shield. I think on resistance enable shield calculations, I want that set. This should, yeah, this has a different. I'm gonna hold on to the shield. I probably want to hold on to this shield because that shield is unique compared to the other shields, because this shield actually has 100% piercing effectiveness. Now, so if I go in here and you, what? All right, what just happened here? No such element is present. I got no such element exception. What the fuck did I do that was so dumb? Line 128. What did I do that was so dumb? CT to get current calculation. Oh, no. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me, dude. Because I ended the calculation early. Ah, shit, dude. That's really annoying. How do I want to go about this? I mark it as completed. I clean up after the calculation. When I clean up after the calculation, it builds it and it pops it. Ugh. Which makes so much sense, but no, we of course run into a null element exception because the calculation now no longer exists. Now what, genius? Now, obviously, it's entirely possible I could just have this thing finish later or whatever, I don't know. Right, like I could theoretically have it finish here. Now, I do also have the option to, on the combat tracker, implement a void cleanup. Because I am now calling this from multiple places, right? This is now a cleanup calculation, which I can now change this to a public void, renaming this to clean up calculation, and then adding an at override. I don't like this solution. Oh, you know what? I am an idiot. Leave that. Leave that. Leave that. Uh, leave that. Leave that like that. Go here. Get rid of this. Leave that. Now go back here and make this an or else. Or else get. And this is going to be a ct.get. No, wait, what the heck? ct.get last calculation. All right, we get the very last calculation. Now there is this, right? But like, what if, right? What if there's a problem? Do I throw? Yeah, and there is no previous calculation reference? Question mark? This is fucking bullshit. Because it should, right? Because if there's no current calculation, then that's because we ended it early. If we ended it early, then it should be the last calculation. And if we ended it early, then it's because the only time we end it early is if the damage is 0. And if the damage is 0, then we mark the calculation as complete and we clean up, right? And that means we go over here. And the damage will be 0 here. We will be setting it to 0 and everything. That's what we gotta do. And we'll be setting it to 0 and doing all of this stuff. Okay. I think this makes sense. And this should account for the damage being 0. There's like 6 things, and you thought, man, they'll be done in 5 minutes. And then I find a way to drag 5 minutes into 3 hours. It's not 3 hours yet. Actually, I think this is technically the most complicated one. This one might be a little annoying. I really don't know why this is a thing, and I kind of hate it. But we'll dive into that in a second. What are you doing? Okay, this should fix my problem that I ran into here. Which is good. No one likes running into problems like this shit, you know? Okay, so... Alright. What the fuck? I guess I didn't do this right. What the hell? Uh-huh. Shield distribution there. Okay. We put this here. And now I'm gonna... Come on. Okay. Why is the piercing 1.64? Where did I put the test part? Here, okay. Shield distribution, attack, armor map, attribute modifiers, blah blah blah. That's all good. Damage classification. What the hell? What the hell? What the fuck is going on here? Hey, just shoot me. Right, okay. My armor did reduce it, I guess. Okay, my shield is reducing the damage, but not completely. What the fuck? What did I break? What's not working as intended by God? What the fuck? Everything, right? Like, oh no, what did I break here, dude? Initial value falls. This comes here. We aren't getting a runtime exception being thrown, so that's not the problem. We do get this. This is false. And then we get it and we do that. But the damage is not 0 in the hurt step. Why is the damage not 0 in the hurt step? What? Just to confirm, we have the shield calculation set. Right? Yeah, okay, sure. This does have 100% piercing effectiveness. This should block all the damage. It did block before it crashed on me. We are blocking the damage. Like, the shield is ticking. The damage is not 0. What the hell? But the damage is piercing. It's piercing. I have 100% piercing effectiveness. I have 100 piercing effectiveness. Ooh. What'd I do? Did I forget something? No, I cleaned up after the calculation and everything. Or did I not? I'm gonna debug on this, because this is not right. Wait, that makes no sense though. Because if it's set to 0, right? Hold on. Hold on. This is some bullshit. Assume for an instant, a moment even, a small speck of time for a second. If I block it and I summed up, so what happened to me before is that it crashed because I marked the calculation as completed and cleaned up after it, so there was no last calculation to reference, which means that this boolean did set the damage to 0. It set it to 0. But then there it didn't. I detect shenanigans afoot. You know what? Debug lib dot do debug. I need a stringed up format here. What the fuck did I just do? Oh, I see. If I press shift enter, it goes there. I see. I get you. I get you. Entries to string, the full damage. Because I computed if present, for each of the things here, if it only does piercing damage, it should set it to 0. But more importantly, it should remove the mapping. So, when we get to here, this map should actually be empty. Aha! I get it! Oh my god! No fucking way, dude. No fucking way. How does it not break later then? I have the current calculation or... Oh! Actually, wait, no, I'm still confused. Okay, there's shenanigans, but I don't think the shenanigans matter. Update context and damage. We try and update the context and damage. The calculation is empty. We set a new context. We push a new damage calculation. That's how it doesn't crash. It fucking saves itself by accident because it doesn't know what the hell it's doing. Oh my god, no way. And that's why I get knocked back, because we replaced the previous calculation. What the fuck? Because we never go wherever the fuck it is. Because we never go here. We never go in here. Because this is if present, which of course it wouldn't be present. Because the map will be empty. And the map is empty because there's nothing there. It got set to 0 and removed by the shield. Oh my god. And this is if the damage is 0, but not if the damage is non-existent. I need to account for both instances. When the map has 0 in it and there's nothing, and when there's like nothing in the map. So, the best way to do this is incoming damage. But it's an empty map. Shouldn't the empty map... I am really interested now. Optional if there's no such map. Okay, after we block... Hold on. There's bullshit afoot. I said this before, I'll say it again. This is just determining if there's a shield that should be used. And then here, if the damage is 0, this block... Maybe the... Yeah, okay, so I block it. This will return an empty map. This is an empty stream. Or, well, this is an empty collection. This is an empty stream. This is an empty optional. This is 0.0f. This is less than or equal to 0.0f. This is true. And we have an effective shield. The shield block damage is a starting amount minus the new damage. You just do that whole shtick again. Which would be an empty collection, an empty stream, an empty optional becomes 0. And so the shield block damage is all the damage. Good. That's what we want to ensure. Then we get the shield. If it's present, we damage it accordingly. And then this is true, and this is this. So we mark complete and we clean up after the calculations and we return. This is so far so good. Now, we've handled the hurt stage. We go and we get the current calculation, which won't exist because we've cleaned up the calculation already because we finished it early. Then, otherwise, we're going to get the last calculation. And if we can't get the last calculation within 0 ticks, we throw a runtime exception. Runtime exception was not thrown, so this went off without a hitch. In other words, we return an optional of the last calculation. Okay, so where are we at now then? Get last calculation. Get last calculation. This dot last calc, which shouldn't be null. I've not set it to null. Unless it is. Is it optional of nullable? Well, if it didn't exist, okay, let's think about this. If it didn't exist, this would be return the contained value if present. So there is a value that is present here. It's not null. Good. So this is something. It's non-null. We know that. And now this, the implementation for this is current calculation. You're kidding me. Of course. Makes a lot of sense. So then it's going based off the current calculation, just kind of chugs along as if nothing's wrong, even though everything just exploded internally. Does the damage calculation have anything? It does. Get classified damage. I need to go based off the damage calculation. Probably. And then it reclassifies the damage. And this is why the damage still ends up sort of getting reduced, but doesn't really end up counting or whatever. Because we map it. We get the current calculation, which is empty. Oh, it's empty, right? It should be. It should be? Because the current calculation, we map it, it's an empty optional. It's an empty optional. This is why this shit doesn't happen. It's an empty optional. This is really annoying. How do we effectively set this? I could have the current calculation not end. I might need to do that then. I might need to have the current calculation not end. Right? Have the current calculation not end. I do need to account for an empty damage map, though. But there will be no empty damage map. Right? In that case. In which case, we need to go into here. We get the current calculation. It'll get this calculation. It'll already be classified at this point. So it'll be a non-zero damage map. Or well, it'll be an empty damage map. But it won't be an empty optional. Then I need to actually add a new method here. Complete. Yep, okay. Now here, this needs to be public. And at override works for me. Right, and we have the calculation. So what I can do now is I can go into here. And the damage was 0. We will leave early. And then here, what I will do is I will get the calc. I'll mark it as completed, and I will do ct.cleanup after calculation. I have to clean up after I do this, so that shenanigans don't end up happening. Now, if the incoming damage doesn't exist, if the damage map doesn't exist, that'd be really weird. In fact, that's only really weird if the current calculation was an empty optional, which would only be if there was no calculation. So there should be a calculation, and that's why I want to do it this way, so that there's always a calculation. I could do that and have the lack of a calculation and a lack of a damage map an indication that the block was, like, it fully blocked everything. But I have other ways to do that. And this still keeps, I guess, this still maintains the invariant, I guess, that I want. That being that there's always a calculation. You know, at this point, like after, like in the hurt stage, there is a calculation. The calculation exists. It's only there. And then we return early. I can't return here, because if I return here, I just get out of this lambda. And then we still continue on here. Whoops. Which we don't want to do. So I need to add this additional check here. But thankfully, in the combat tracker, I now no longer need this. Actually, no, I still do. I just don't need this. It's a little jank. I'm not a huge fan of it. Honestly, I don't really like the fact that this cleanup after calculation is now done outside the combat tracker in this very niche, weird situation, but it's an edge case. I guess I'll deal with it. Besides, I've probably spent like 45 minutes on like this really stupidly small, simple thing. So, that is classic me. But we skip armor calculations and all that other stuff in this instance, which I think is probably a good idea. If damage is 0 in the hurt step, you should leave early. And if we're leaving early, then we're not doing armor calculations, so we should just dip. I think I realize I can't do this like this because if you set this thing, we don't want it to clean up the calculation here. But I don't want to do it here because I have the damage calculation here. So I could add an additional check. This all just kind of sucks. This is a float. Based on if the float is present. If the float is present... The float isn't present. That's a good question. What if the float isn't present? The float should always be present. Because recurring calculation should always exist, which means there should be an incoming damage. Even if the map is empty, it should still get me that, because we sum it up, which is going to get me it'll get me 0 otherwise. So this exists, so this always hits the if present. So in that case, why not just set this to a float? There's a slightly better way to do this. We do this. We don't need... I guess we don't need that if present call, right? Because we map, and then we do a dot get. Right? I don't know why this is like this, but whatever. CT can be resolved. You just suck balls. And then I want to set this to damage. I want to set this to damage. I want to get rid of this. I want to get rid of this. I want to move this over like this. And now this can just be a straight Boolean. We can actually set this down here. Was damage 0 equals damage less equals 0. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Boom, boom, boom. If the damage is less than 0, the if was damage 0. We literally have a Boolean for this now. Damage 0 in hurt step. We leave the calculation early. Compat end early calculations. And I guess I can put a return here. Now we no longer need this check. If the damage is 0, will still indicate that the damage is 0. As debug. What the fuck? Don't do this. This is nonsense. This is nonsense. What are you doing? We'll leave calculation early. Do that. We don't need this. We don't need this. Oops. There we go. Damage is 0 in hurt step. We'll leave calculation early. We leave early. Remark completed. We clean up after calculation. We clean up after the couch, and we return and we get out of there, right? Which is slightly different from this, and so I like this. We have basically these two guard statements that occur before we do all this armor shit. Which means I don't actually need this Boolean anymore. This Boolean is completely superfluous. Just grab this and throw this in here. And get rid of this Boolean, we don't need it. Now, is there an instance where this could be an empty optional? If the result is non-null, so map will return a non-empty optional if the result is non-null. Now, this always returns a value. This does not return null. It never does, because we stream it, we map to double, and we sum. And this gives us a double, actually. This actually gives us a double, which is kind of nice. This maps to double, and then we float value it. It's kind of weird. You would think... you would think that, I would maybe have a slightly better way to do that. Whatever, it doesn't fucking matter. No one gives a shit. So this maps to double. Then what the fuck is this? Oh, I mean, I guess if it's not a number, that could be a thing. But double being not a number is still a thing. This is an optional double. Okay, then don't dot get it here. We can do a little better. And also, I mean, I guess we can map it to a float value. It's an optional float now. Okay, whatever. I can do if damage dot is present, and then throw this in here. Oops. I guess we can do O damage, and then if O damage is present, then we can get the float. damage equals O damage die. Yeah, we can do very old school optional manipulation exclusively so that we are not within a lambda, so that I can use this return to get out of the entire thing. Or I guess get out of this lambda. I don't want to be within a lambda because I want to be able to get out of this lambda. So this is actually kind of important. We'll still apply everything, but we just won't do anything if it's not a number. We'll just kind of carry along. We don't want to set the damage to not a number. We also don't want to really set our calculation damage to not a number. What do we do if it's not a number? I guess we just kind of ignore everything. Which is what we're doing here. I remove the armor modifiers and the damage stage. I guess it kind of depends in the damage stage what's going on here. Should probably add an additional check. Well, I mean, DDD does avoid setting it to not a number. If it ended up being not a number. Now, what if we're not a number here? I mean, I think we should still, like, go through the motions, but there's certain things we probably want to avoid doing. Like, probably this shit. Enchants, all this other stuff. Yeah. We can still classify the defenses, that's fine. And then for the resistances for each one, we do still have a damage map. Do I care if it's NAN or not? What happens if you call float value... What happens if you call float value on NAN? Does that cause a problem? Constant holding, not a number value of type W. A value of type W. Jesus Christ, I can barely speak most days. What happens? I need to check this. What happens if you try to handle non-number? Like, do I care? Do I not care? It's kind of important. If I print, for example, I'm going to use an online Java compiler and just very quickly check this. Double dot nan dot float value. Does this explode? Oh, wait. I don't do this because this is double.nan is a primitive float, excuse me. Then cast it to float. It gets me NAN. So then here I map it to float value. If the double, like that. So then what if this is double dot of, I don't think double dot of works here. I don't think that's a thing. I think it's double dot value of or whatever. And it's probably w dot value. It's w dot value of. Jesus Christ. Double dot value of double dot nan dot float value. Do you care? You don't care. You're just nan. You're still just nan. Now you're just float.nan basically. So then I don't care. I don't care if it's this here. Set the amount, set the damage, do all of that. Now, I guess the interesting question is double.nan less than or equal to 0? It is not. That's good to know. Which means we won't do this if it's NaN. Probably a good idea. We won't do all this. We don't care if it's NaN, actually. Not even a little bit. Because if this ended up becoming NaN, then it was already like I didn't make it not a number. It was already not a number. That's not my fault. So we're just gonna pass that along. We're not even gonna filter it. We're just gonna carry on. In fact, I don't need this. This is just gonna be a float. It's just gonna be this. We don't need this. We don't need this. This is gonna be like this. Right? We're not even gonna map it. We're not even gonna map this to here. We're just gonna .get .float value. I don't need to care if it's NaN, because I can just do that, and it will just be a float equivalent of NaN, which is good, right? We set the amount to NaN, we set the damage to NaN. That's what it's got to be. That's what it's got to be. We carry on. The damage being NaN does not apply to any of this armor stuff. And then on damage, this is probably where we care, because we don't want to mess too much with those calculations. But if this ends up being NaN, we can just pass that all right through. Pass it all right through to here. If any of these things are not a number, this is the damage map. If m.get this is compute if present for the key. Damage times. Now, if the damage is not a number, this is interesting. What happens if we multiply not a number by, say, 0.5, for example? Right? If the resist is that, right? Like, do I care? It's still not a number. It just remains not a number. Which means this damage doesn't change. Anything is nan. Okay, that's good to know. It absorbs everything into not a number. In which case, this computation m.compute if present, this not equal null. What do you return? If you have to overwrite the value, if it's NaN, yeah. You have to overwrite the value if it's NaN. Right, okay. So in this case, remapping function applies here. And what does it return? It returns... The fuck does this even do? Why you not show me what this do? X equals NaN yx. Yeah. I could overwrite it and make it 0 or something. It recomputes it. Oh yeah, because we're recomputing it. Right. Otherwise, yeah. If damage is, wait. Double dot is NaN on the damage? Float? Excuse me? Float? Float dot is NaN? Is this thing not real? If it is, set to 0.0. Set damage to 0. That'd be better, yeah. And then the compute if presence, does this? This is the thing, right? Like, this compute if present. If this returns the original value is real, when I have to do that with complex numbers, is this real? Well, you're right, but we're asking if it's not a number. So if it's not a number, I get the joke. That's actually kind of funny. So if v is not null, oh, this is the result of the remapping function. E dot value. Holy shit. Return v. V is the result of the remapping function. Not number is not real, not number is not imaginary. Yeah, no, I get it. When I said real, I was joking on not a number implies this number doesn't exist. It's not real. But not real as in a mathematical real number, which I realize now in hindsight. Yeah. That's fair. So this hash, get this node, if it's not null and the old value, which we set to e dot value, is not null, then we remap and this just returns the result of the remapping function. Am I high? Why can't I read the documentation on this? God damn. This is from map, right? Compute if present. Compute if present. Okay. Yeah. If the value for the specified key is present and non-null, attempts to compute a new mapping given the key and its current mapped value. Yeah, because I'm doing compute if present. Right. Returns the new value associated with the specified key or null if none. Oh, okay. So in this case, if it's not null, m.getK. Wait a sec. Here. The weebhead. Set this. Whoa. New damage equals this. And then from the result of this assignment, if that's not null... Hello? If it's not null, then I can do, because m.getK is going to be exactly this result. So then I can just do new damage dot float value greater than 0. It's the same thing, without having to retrieve from the map again. I guess we could assign that to this. But this could be null still, so I would need to unbox it. And I guess it unbox... Yeah, no, we'll keep it as a primitive. Or sorry, keep it... So now if this comes through, it's 0. The damage is 0. And it's not null. If the resist is greater than 0, I probably don't want to do this. But it's going to just imply resistance all the time. Better idea. Better idea. Before we go into the defenses here, I go m dot replace. No, I need to change that. So I don't know if I want to merge. I mean, I guess I could do a replace all. What's the difference? Replace all. This is a bifunction. Okay, this is basically what I want right here. Type amount float dot is nan amount. If true, then set it to 0. Otherwise, leave it as is. We do that first. Now I don't need to care over here. Because now the damage is set to 0 for those. In which case, the damage was already 0. Nope. That's still not right. Retain? Is there a retain all? No, that's for a collection. Ah, you suck balls. Wait, if I replace with null, will it remove it? No, it just straight up replaces it. Remove is not what I want either. Damn, only the collection has that option to retain. Can I do m.v? No, because that's not gonna work. The collection is backed by the map, so changes to the map are reflected in this collection and vice versa. If the map is modified while iteration of the correction is in progress, except for the iterator's own remove operation, the result of the iteration is undefined. The collection supports element removal, which removes the corresponding mapping from the map via iterator.remove, collection.remove, remove all, retain all, and clear operations. It does not support the add or add all operations. This is what I need. Dot retain all. Remove if. Float is NaN. What? What do you mean? It's literally a collection of floats. Ambiguous method reference. Both is NaN and is NaN float from the type float are eligible. What the fuck is this? You have a static and non-static version? You dickhead. Does it even matter? Well, in this context it doesn't matter, but normally I guess it does. Here's the static version. Here's the not static version, which literally just calls the static version. Why? That's so dumb. I have to make this an actual lambda. If anything changes, now it adjusts. Well, so now what it does is if these values are NaN, what it will do is it'll remove those values from the map as if that damage never existed to begin with. DDD just says, I'm not dealing with this. DDD is only going to run its calculations on numbers that are, in fact, numbers. And then for all of its defenses, if the key is present, then it will try to recompute the new damage for that on the original map if it's present. But if it's not present, it basically just kind of returns null, I guess. And it doesn't compute anything. And then if it is present, and we recompute based on this normal damage reduction, then if the resist was greater than 0, which was this, then we will mark that they have the resistance. If the resistance is less than 0, then if the value returned from this is greater than 0, then they have a weakness. Which I guess accounts for situations where because if the resistance is less than 0, but they still end up dealing no damage, like that's definitely not a weakness. But if the resist is greater than 0, then the damage could get set to 0, right? Like especially if the resist was 100, right? Then it will be set to 0. So this is fine. But if the damage was 0 to begin with, then dude, whatever, I don't give a shit. Well, if the damage was 0 already, or F is less than or equal to 0.0. We do this. We remove it if it's not a number. We also remove it if it's less than or equal to 0. If it's less than or equal to 0, actually, no, leave this. We're just gonna snipe this real quick, basically. No, you shithead. I want to know what the damage would be beforehand. I might not need to worry about it. Oh, wait, dude, I got this. Oops. Leave this as this. And if the resist is greater than 0, and the new damage, and then, whoops. And then if the new damage is 0, then the resist has to be equal to 1. If the resist is greater than 0, and if the damage ended up being 0, then that's because the resist was 100%. Because the resist was not 100%, this calculation does not make it 0. Actually, this has to be greater or equal. Right? If the resist is anything less than this calculation is going to give a positive value. And we only want to mark resistance if, like, it reduced the damage to 0 because of resistance, and not because the damage was 0 beforehand. If the damage was 0 beforehand, we don't want to do that. But we still want to leave 0 entries in the map for the purpose of adaptive resistance. If for some reason you want them to adapt to that damage, but they're not really taking any of that damage. That is their prerogative. And then this returns the new value associated with the key or null if none. Okay, so this works. This is the new damage that we set to account for null in compute if present. Okay. We leave that as a boxed float. I can't believe I've gotten this fucking sidetracked on this tiny thing that, like, barely matters. Anyway, all that is to say, we don't care if it's NaN up until that point. If it's a number, if it's not a number all the way through, don't care. Just remove it at this point. This does technically mean, m.value such stream.reduce float sum get the times random the next flow. If there was a NaN there, this entire thing would be NaN. And then we get the entry set of the map, and we iterate. We do set to unknown, and then while r is greater than 0, which it isn't, representative type would be unknown. I'm okay with that. If you're taking not a number damage, dude, you're unknown. You are not known to me. We are strangers. I think that's fine. Okay. Anyway, that's enough of that shit. I finished this thing. I love the tiny little side tracks. So I love the tiny little side quests I can go on. It's great. It's great. So this should now work. The shield should block the damage correctly. Everything should work as intended by God. It has taken 1.92 patches of this mod to make it work correctly. That's how you know you're on good shit. I don't know exactly how many versions there's been, but you know, at least 9 versions. Taken at least 9 major versions, each having anywhere from 0 to like 3 minor patches to finally have a working thing. Technically, but not really, because I guarantee you there's probably still something that doesn't work correctly. This is what happens when you work on a mod like this complex that has these super small, tiny little itty bitty nuances. And now we will see if the world explodes again. And we hope that the world does not explode again. It had nothing to do with that not a numbers shit. I just figured, hey, you know what? Let's actually make sure that D&D. Dude, I literally can't. Like words are just not working right now. Make sure that DDD can handle not a number correctly. And now I think it can for the most part. Maybe the exact way it handles it is maybe not the best, but it at least acknowledges, it at least attempts to acknowledge that such a situation can exist. I don't know, man. King DD would have no idea what a float is, let alone not enough. How the fuck does he say it in the Right Back At You anime? Fuck. I don't remember how he says it. I was gonna say that darn little pink non-existent number. I don't remember how I don't remember how he says it in the anime. I don't know why I don't remember. I'm just like drawing a complete blank there. Okay, please. Nice. 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 Suck ass, bitch. Thank you. Wow, that works. Like. Anyway, I'm getting distracted running around, jumping around like an idiot. Okay, it works. Hooray! Da -da -da. Clap, clap. Now, Accepting item metadata better, this one's probably not that bad. We're going to look at the next one that seems kind of BS, which is the crash applying modifiers when the modifiers registry isn't initialized. Now, if that sounds like, what the fuck, I agree. So the crash report I have here, this is specifically from Tinker's Evolution. Now, those who are familiar with Tinker's Evolution might have noticed that I was holding a Tinker's Evolution scepter in my inventory when I was running the game. Which means DDD and Tinker's Evolution certainly can start up together with no problem. The question is, what the fuck went wrong with this person's setup? Some other mod messed shit up. Or some version of Tinker's Evolution messed shit up. I guess that's a more important question. What version of Tinker's Evolution is here, and what version of Tinker's Evolution am I using? If we're using the same version, I have not a single fucking clue. The version of Tinker's Evolution I have is 1.1.1. The version of Tinker's Evolution here is 1.1.1. Lovely. So, now let me show you why this is a bunch of bullshit. Allow me to demonstrate why this is bullshit. In pre-init, right? We load our mod integration kernel, we get our config directory, we do all this shit, and then we run the loaders for this, right? The loaders scans everything for anything with the DDD loader annotation. And we are in pre-init, mind you, we are in fucking pre-init. And then we're going to run the loader. And basically all we're going to do is we're going to check through the dependencies to see if any of these loaders require another loader to be initialized first. So something like the configurations requires the registries to be initialized first, right? And then all it does is it goes to the method annotated with that initializer and it invokes it. The method has to be static and it has to take no parameters. And then it just invokes it. Right? Sounds fucking good to me. So, what happened here is that in pre-init, before DDD even gets to here, right? More in a moment on why this makes negative sense, but allegedly before DDD even gets to here, it's trying to go to here. I think this is, yeah, registries, IDDD modifier registries, and call this. Now, why does that technically work out in theory? Because the registries, specifically the modifier registries, right? Right, it would go here, get the item stack distribution registry, it's going to return this thing here. The reason that doesn't work is because in the actual DDD registries, if I can find them, right here. Right? This is an at DDD loader annotation, annotated with this. It goes in here, and then this is apparently null. Now this starts off null, right? Because I don't initialize it to anything for like a reason. Because there's no need to, because the initializer method, we set it to the instance of this, which has all of this already set up and good to go. All right? Sounds good to me. So far, so fucking good. All right? Here's where the negative sense comes into play. The crash report says that it can't invoke this, right? Can't invoke IDDD modifier registries.get item stack distribution registry. This one. Item stack damage distribution registry, excuse me. Because this is null. So when it tries to invoke something like DDD registries.modifiers.get item stack damage distribution registry, it can't invoke the get item stack damage distribution registry because this is null. Because this is not set to this yet. Cool. Great. Awesome. Why does that happen? I can point to you exactly where that happens. That happens right under the capability implementation for damage distribution. Because we go to update and we tried to return this.update, which basically does this. Right? In particular, we're calling this update and we're doing it right here. So at this point, this registry is null. So it can't invoke this on something that is null. Now let me tell you why this does not make sense. This is in a damage distribution, i.e. a capability that has to be attached to something. It would only be initialized after it is attached to something, which fundamentally only exists after it is registered in init. But we're supposed to be here. We're supposed to be here right now where that breaks. We're supposed to be trying to do that shit somewhere here. In fact, we are in init. The Tcon Evo mod is saying on init. Let's go to the loader. Loader. I think I can get to the loader from here. Nope, not here. Loader from here. Loader, okay. I want to check a couple things. I think something just murdered DDD in broad daylight in this person's mod list. And that is insane. And I literally just confirmed that DDD was murdered in broad daylight. Alright, so this is where this is happening. We're on loader initialize mods right here. Which executes this and does all this other stuff. Right? And it says enter modcoms things. It distributes a state message for initialization. And notice over back here, we have pre-initialized mods. Which obviously happens before we get to initialize mods. Right? Where this, we're gonna get an event. This event is going to be an FML state event, right? Which is gonna have all this other shit in it, right? And then we go to initialize mods, and it distributes this state message for initialization, and then for post initialization, all that other shit. And so if we're in here, specifically initialize mods 758, which is not correct, but whatever. The line numbers aren't exact here, that's fine. And then we go there, and then we post this, and all this happens, and then Tcon Evo comes along in initialization and goes, okay, I'm going to initialize my items now. Because why wouldn't it? And so it initializes the items. And so then DDD apparently has also come along and registered its capability handler, including its capabilities themselves, which means it's registered all of these, all of them exist, and the capability handler exists, so it can afford to attach the capabilities to things, which is what it does. It attaches the damage distribution capability to some Tcon Evo item, and then it does an update, and then it goes to the registries and finds my registries were murdered. What happened? Why did they get janked? Right? This is not correct. And so what I should probably be able to find here is I should find a distinct lack of this message saying that the DDD registry is loaded. If it says that the DDD registry is loaded, then something came along and actively tried to sabotage me. This is the only conclusion. Thankfully, we do have a crash log here. And we basically just have to go all the way down. This is all info stuff. I'm gonna see where DDD finds some stuff. Just scrolling through just to make sure there's nothing completely egregious happening early on. No, okay, so all that happens. We have our mixin loader, which is registered and set to go. Blah, blah, blah. Carry on. Good shit. You add the mixins. I don't think there's any other egregious stuff going on here. And now we get to DDD stuff. Is version 1.9.1. What else do we got here? Loaded optional mixins with Fermium Booter, because Fermium Booter, I guess, is present, but all we really have is T-Construct, Bobbles, Craft Tweaker, Fermium Booter, and Quality Tools. Managed to successfully load our optional mixins that don't exist because whatever. And that's fine, that's whatever. The API loaded. We registered the damage types, registering the creature types, registering the tracker. Oh, you look at this. I found some bullshit. Weights are negative. Bit configurations. Well, I know why that broke. Damage types can't be registered twice. Dude, something hilarious just happened here. Damage types can't be registered twice. Damage types can't be registered twice. The configurations loaded. And, it never got around to loading the registries because something just exploded. What the fuck? It registers the damage types, right? And it registers the trackers, and then something goes terribly wrong. In particular, the explosion distribution. The explosion distribution! No way! Okay, the explosion distribution doesn't add up to... This is crazy. The explosion distribution doesn't add up correctly. We get an invariant violation exception, which does not get thrown all the way up to the top, I guess. And then, because that ends up happening, it can't finish loading it. Because the registries has to load the distributions. And that's what we're doing. We're loading the distributions. Oh wait, no, we're right here. And notice that that's before we assign this. Or this. Which means we can actually fix this by doing this. Technically. But I should probably take a closer look at it. Anyway, so the weights are negative, do not add to 1 for the explosion distribution. And then it broke, right? So it just threw an error there, didn't manage to get around to this, and then it tried to continue to load, right? And then it got to another configuration, and it's like, oh, for these configurations to load, we need to load the registries. The registries never finished loading, so we gotta load the registries. Tries to load the registries, goes, what the fuck? Why are the damage types here? I thought the registries weren't loaded. You can't register these damage types twice. Why are you re-registering them? Proceeds to get the most confused it could probably possibly get. And then goes, you know what? I think I loaded everything correctly. Carry on. And then, sure enough, when an actual item that TCon is like, I would like to, initialize this, and it's like, all right, let's see if there's any, modifiers or whatever that should apply to this or whatever, because that's just what it does when the item is first created, even when it's created during startup. It goes, wait, why is this registry not existent? What the fuck? And then it just dies. I figured out who murdered DDD. It was itself. And also the config file. The config file actually murdered DDD. So, rest in peace, King DDD. That's funny as fuck. This can be easily fixed by going to this. It does reader.read, right? This is the config reader. It's gonna read it. And then it tries to do this, right? Of course, the logical option, self-deletion. I think that's what happened. And so what ended up happening here is that it was valid, like, it was the regex looked at the distribution and when this makes sense, but the regex can't look at the actual numbers and ensure that they actually satisfy the invariant for damage distributions. So it comes along here, realizes that it doesn't make sense, screams it doesn't make sense, it throws an invariant violation exception, which is not a I guess this is a subclass of runtime exception. This is a subclass of runtime exception, right? So it's an uncaught exception that gets thrown, and then it goes back and it's like, but see, we're not catching an invariant violation exception because it's an uncaught exception, unchecked exception, I think is the word I'm actually looking for. And so it doesn't actually go to the fallback, right? Because the idea is it tries to parse it, and then if it fails, it goes to the default value. But it doesn't actually like fail, right? Because this parses it as a valid map. It's just if it can't parse it as a valid map for whatever reason, it then uses the default value, which I think is a supplier for a DDD. What's the supplier? It's a float supplier. The default fallback should always work, right? And so this is if this is like this is the default value that would fall back to, which it doesn't because it recognizes that it's valid. The regex says it's valid, and then it just actually isn't. Now, what's interesting is why it didn't scream bloody murder earlier. I mean, it did, but it kept going. It's like, someone's screaming over there and bleeding all over the floor. I think they'll be fine. Like, no! Not even remotely. That's really funny. Um, so the question is, why, or like, how can I mean, I threw it, it's in the log, it's technically there. The information is there. You could have, I guess, figured it out, but there's gotta be a better way. I just want to see a way where I can, because this goes back here, right? Like, if it's not valid, I don't want DDD to kind of carry on like nothing's wrong. I want DDD to go, hey, this did not work. I don't think trying to catch a unchecked exception is like really the best way to do it. But I could. What's the better practice here? The better practice here is to after reader.read, well, this is a not null map. Okay, you know what I can do? This is just a straight non null map. Really? Yeah, it's a non null map. Okay, this is a map. A map of DD damage type to float. What we can do here. I'm curious what happens if you set something else to. I'm gonna mess with this. Set this to this, right? We import map. Boom. Right now, what we want to check is if the damage distribution, if it satisfies the invariant, which is this. That being if anything is negative. Unfortunately, I can't really like check this because these are protected static methods. I can't like reuse this, which kind of sucks. Well, the dist regex here only positive entry tuple subregex. So this will guarantee that it won't be negative because it will say it's not a valid entry. All I need to do is guarantee that the values are pretty close to 1. Stream dot reduce float sum dot filter. I want to check that the float math.abs of f minus 1 less than or equal to 0.0001, I think. I don't know. I think I'm gonna do a public static double. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for what is this? Like a bound. The sum minus 1 less than equal to 0.01. I want to make sure it's within tolerance. That's going to be 0.01. 0.01. Distribution weights tolerance. Sum of weights tolerance. There we go. Sum of weights tolerance. Otherwise known as, I was going to call it soft, and then I realized it's not soft because it's not an F. Why did I think it was an F? Anyway. dot if present. Yeah, I don't really care about that, but I guess we can just do this and then do dot is present and then do that. We can throw that in there now. What do you mean? Not be resolved. What do you mean? That's what I thought. Otherwise, new problem fixed? Maybe? Otherwise... actually, I don't even care about that. Because what I can do is I can, on the update, I can go here, and then if dist... Actually, no, this needs to be within this. Right? Because that implies that we have this. If dist is null, then we can throw an error, I guess. I don't know if this is fatal. This is just something's wrong. DDD's explosion distributions weights do not add to 1. Can I throw a new invariant violation exception? Actually, just like do this. Just throw this here now. Now it's specific. Boom, right? We still throw it. The problem is that even though we still throw it, it's still like DDD is still gonna like truck along. I can put a boolean here. It doesn't matter though. It literally doesn't matter. Because if we're throwing that, then we go back to here. It updates. I really wish it would scream louder. I wish it would scream louder. Can I make it scream louder? Make crash report. E. Description in can be e dot get message. And I can throw e as well. Now, does this actually... Can I actually make this, like, you know... No, I cannot. How can I make you scream louder? Please, scream louder, scream louder. Variant violation. Alright, the problem is that this crash report doesn't help me at all. I don't know if this helps me. Alright, where is this called? Right, and then it throws it. It throws a reported exception, which is a runtime exception, which is whatever, right? I guess the thing is this invoke. If the underlying method throws an exception, we get an invocation target exception, which inherently gets caught right here, and then it literally just gets printed. Oh, I'm muffling my own screaming. I get it. I get it. Now, the invocation target exception, it would... It cause. Okay. I might be able to salvage this. Because if you create an exception, field holds the target if the constructor was used to instantiate the object. And the throwable itself implements serializable, the detail message. Okay, so assume for a moment here, right? I don't actually need a crash report. This is not necessary. I can also just rethrow E here. That's also valid. Except if I throw E, I'd have to wrap it in a runtime exception. That's valid. That's valid. If E dot gets suppressed, okay, that's not. It cause returns the cause of this throwable or null if the cause is non-existent or unknown. The cause is a throwable that caused this throwable to get thrown. This implementation returns the cause that was supplied via one of the constructors requiring a throwable, or that was set after creation with the init cause throwable method. While it is typically unnecessary to override this method, yeah, whatever. Now, can I do instance of invariant violation exception? Does this work? Yes, because you are an extension of a legal argument, which is an extension of runtime, which is an extension of exception, which is an extension of throwable. I need to make sure the type hierarchy worked that way. For my own sanity. And then I will throw invariant violation exception casting E to that. I will just throw it as that. Because, like, if you tried to make distribution, it didn't work, and it caused everything to extremely explode, then we'll do that. Otherwise, I will wrap this in a new runtime exception. With the cause being this. Scream louder. I'm gonna wonder, like 3 weeks later, why I put that there. That's just for me. I'm resisting the urge to make a joke. What joke? Yeah, we'll make sure we still print the stack trace just in case. So now this happens. So now what I want to check is if I go to the DDD config and I change the distribution, the explosion distribution, wherever it is. Control F explosion. There we go. No. There's a lot of explosion here. There we go. I set this to 0.9 temporarily. Right. Then we go to here and to here, and I get rid of you, and I move you over. Man, how could 6 things take this fucking long, dude? Every time you see the message, you'll forget the meeting. Remember. And scream louder than the last. We're like, why'd I write this? Why'd I write this? Why haven't I gotten rid of this yet? Okay, so now DDD should explode. It exploded. And then you view the crash report. Oh. Okay, it crashed, but for a different reason. Shit. We can't cast this to this. We can cast this to this. Whoops. So it it worked, but like not correctly. Okay. Yeah, that's it exploded, but not for the right reason. Okay. Uh this time though, for sure. Alright, now check this. Boom. It's gonna explode, but it's gonna explode correctly. Caught exception from, yeah, and now you view this crash report, and it says caught exception. Caused by runtime exception from invariant violation exception, DDD's explosion distribution weights do not add to 1. Wow, dude, I did it. I made DDD scream louder. Uh, wow, good for me. Good shit. Um, so we're gonna go here and we're going to add an exclamation mark. Very important. I'm apparently just doing all this on master, by the way. I probably should have branched. Whatever, give a shit. Okay. Good. Now, that's that. Now, what I can actually do is I can go back to this and say the error is not caused by Tcon Evo. The error is caused because your explosion distribution's weights do not add to 1. Tinker's evolution tried to initialize an item. Alright. So that's for that. Now, assume we set this back, right? I assume I set this back to 1, like it's supposed to be. And now we'll go to the Lycanites section, I guess. We're just gonna basically load this a couple of times and with a couple things and see if it crashes correctly. So right now I am checking if material influence works correctly, and it should, right? Like, it should get to that point, it should try and load it, it should go, what the hell, this is wrong, it should scream loudly, and then, you know, all I want to do is make sure it's screaming loudly. It should just be screaming loudly. Scream loud. Loud and proud. You're not screaming loud and proud. Why are you not screaming loud and proud? Maybe it doesn't read it from the config yet. Probably doesn't read it from the config yet, because it's not from the registries. I guess this is probably in post in it. So probably within phase 2. Right here. What the fuck? Well, that's not supposed to happen. Well, that's not supposed to happen. It's not supposed to get to this point. Just to confirm, this is in compatibility and integration. Tinker's construct integration. Specifically the material thing. I did set steel to 0.9. Okay. You had to grab a coffee? You missed, DDD does scream loudly, but not now. What's wrong here? This is for material influence. Okay. I should look at this. And I guess I should close this. We don't need this anymore. Right, that's for that. Is it in here? This distribution bias. Thinkers, capability, modifiers, distribution, this is bleed distribution, content material influence, bit configurations. What do you load? Do you really do load? This is material influence, which I guess is a distribution bias. What is this? Okay, so I'm guessing it did throw. It just, again, it's not screaming loud enough. It's where's your screaming? You find all of this, you register this, registry's loaded, configurations loaded. Take configurations loaded. Liar! Liar, liar, you fucking liar. Should you not load this? The distribution bias configurator? It's in the config loader. Oh! Distribution bias configurator throws these exceptions. Okay. Okay. I get it. I get it. I know what happened. It's going to scream the config errors at me. In fact, it probably did scream the config errors at me, I just wasn't looking. Because it's after it finishes loading, right? Right, so where is this? When does the config loader? The config loader reads the config here, and when it reads the config here, there are some problems reading the config. Blah, blah, blah. Check this shit, buddy. Under fatal, too, so it should be... If it's fatal, then what the fuck, brother? I'm gonna wait until the end, because maybe then... Unless this one doesn't self-report errors. I'm pissed in that case. You don't self-report your errors. Why, dude? Why? Why not? Scream at me. Tell me I'm an idiot. So then, what happens if when I try to use steel? It just goes to bludgeoning. Because it doesn't actually enter... Wow, that's so dumb, dude. You gotta scream louder. DDD, you gotta scream louder. You gotta scream so much louder. So much louder. People aren't gonna hear you if you're not screaming that loud. Distribution bias configurator. This extends a basic configurator. It does throw these things, but the basic configurator... Map parsing configurator. Multi-entry configurator. We catch this. Does self-report errors returns true. That's interesting. Um, we try to read the entry. If we catch the exception, which we do, right? Because the distribution bias configurator. That's for that. But then it tries to construct a distribution bias, passing in the map. And then it throws this, which should be from the distribution bias configurator when we construct this instance. This constructing of an instance, this happens something likely when Taylor arm have sub everything. Illegal access, illegal argument. But it throws. Does the invocation target exception happens? New instance. What happens here? An invocation target exception is thrown, but it's not done there. It's not throwing it. Well, I mean, I guess it might be, but then this gets caught up in this would be an invariant violation exception, and then this gets thrown back up. What's calling construct instance? Construct instance, this is not this. This is calling construct instance. So it's throwing it back, it throws it back up to the basic configurator, which it extended, right? Because it overrode parse mapping. And then, so it doesn't, it instead goes up to here where it has parse mapping, which is where it's thrown here. This gets thrown up to here onto read, where we're on read entry. And then this gets thrown back up to here, which is in read. And then this gets thrown back up onto the config loader, read config. And each thread, yeah, that could be a thing. Each thread, we get a configurator to thread, because the configurator itself is it's a runnable. Where it gets a thread and then it runs this, where it does this and does this. I guess I should be able to check and see that it didn't finish loading correctly. Because this is the Tinker's Compound Material Bias. I guess I can do... actually, no, I need a... Actually, yes, I can. What am I doing? Tinker's Compat tool bias, but no Tinker's Compat material bias. Only the Tinker's Compat tool bias. The material bias didn't actually finish, but why did you not scream loud enough? Or why didn't you tell me that you didn't? You throw this up into the distribution bias configurator, which this extends this, which extends this, which extends this, which states that it does in fact self-report errors. But this isn't that error. This isn't an error that it would report. I guess? Hold on. If I... Just to check here. If I set this blaze rod to 0.9, for example, and load this, if the blaze rod, if I mess up an item distribution, it should yell at me, right? If it's not yelling at me, then something's wrong. It really just decided it would just work perfectly fine and not complain. Oh, why are you like this? Okay, so I'm not sure why that happened. The config loader... can I check to see if it threw an exception? Sleep, init, clone. Provides a means for a class to be active while not subclassing thread, blah blah blah, all this other shit. Because classes should not be subclassed unless the program intends on modifying the fundamental behavior of the class. Yeah, okay, cool. Is that it may take any action whatsoever. Okay, cool. And then look at this. No. Look at run on the thread. Start, run. The set is constructed using runnable object, and that's called. Otherwise, this method does nothing in return. Subclasses of the thread should override this method. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Where is this being caught, dude? I'm guessing what's happening is the thread is just, like, it just throws an exception and just crashes. Probably on a construct instance. I mean, there are errors here, actually, so what I could do is actually add the error there. It has to be a config reader exception. Right, and so then what I do is I go into config readers exceptions. When is this thing called? Oh, okay. Well, anyway, we're going to make a new... So parsing, malformed, invalid... There's nothing to do with the config. Well, the config is... I guess you could say it's technically config invalid, but... like a different kind of invalid. Maybe like config bad entry. No, maybe not bad entry, but like you know what? Config reader exception. Config invariant violation exception. There we go. Now I can go in here and I can throw this up. This dot errors dot add new config invariant violation exception ve e dot get cause. I guess I need another one. Yes, I do. Okay, we add it there, and now it'll scream probably because now we will get the invariant violation exception, and then when we get the invariant violation exception, it'll do this. Now, something that might not work correctly, I mean, we'll check this and then, yeah. What's the last thing we have? Oh, accepting metadata correctly. I didn't think this would take 4 hours. I'm gonna be real. I didn't think I'd be sitting around, twiddling my thumbs like an idiot. And then, here's where we ended up. But we are making some improvements to how DDD reads the config so that hopefully it reads it, like, better. Or not necessarily better, but, like, it reports problems better. I hope that it reports the problems better. I'm of the impression that it'll probably report them better. I should probably fatal it out to the console. I just need to see it do that. Especially because I added it there. I'm pretty sure I just saw it. Yeah. Material biases preferred distribution must add to 1. And distributions wait for micro blaze rods. Do not add up to 1. Okay, so now I'm pretty sure if I join here, it's gonna explain what the problem is. Right, probably in the chat, except nope. Okay. That's good. That's cool. Oh, because I don't have this set. Okay, yeah. If I had that set, it would. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so it's now adding them here, which is good. Now if I set this to 1, as it should be. Now, the distribution bias, can I... No, I can't, because at this point, we don't know. Distribution bias config reader. This does not have the key. I'm surprised the item distributions managed to get that fucking far. It actually told me that the blaze rod didn't add to 1. I am impressed. How do you even? How did you even? It clearly said fatal. Do not add up to 1. Where? Configurations, item distributions, damage distribution config reader. The weights for blank do not add up to 1. Oh, that's just different. Oh, you actually check for it yourself. And then it just throws an error. Right. So this one was just its own thing. I think what I want to do is I want to go to the map person config reader, which I'm in, excuse me, the multi-entry config reader. And if this happens, if we'll do that, we do that. Otherwise, Okay, then we'll go here. I want to make a new class here. And this should be public. We do that. This just wraps an exception. Um, but I don't need this class. This should be if e dot get cause is not null. Actually, I can. New config wrapped exception e dot get cause. If that's not null, then do e dot get cause, otherwise just do e. A constructor is undefined. Oh, because it's a throwable. Cannot convert throwable to exception. Right, because it might not be an exception. I don't know what else it would be, but this should be a throwable that it takes. And then here it should be get localized message. That should work. Or a lot of these other things, it should throw that incorrectly. Now it throws this incorrectly, and now if I say change this other reader that happens here, even this, the bleed distribution extends predefined distribution, which I guess has its own config reader. Single string configurator. Which normally won't self-report errors. And I guess, what do we do here? Right, like if this is invalid, where does this even go? It just goes back up to the configurator. And then it starts, and then it does that, right? Like that's... I am not too sure. Because I want to double check that this actually works correctly. Or not that it, like, works correctly, but, like, it complains. It screams if it's not right. Which is what it did here, right? It threw that there. I mean, I guess in these instances, we should probably still... I can still actually, does self-report errors. Where the fuck are we? Can return true here, and then get self-reported errors can be singleton. And it can be a singleton of, you know, the error. And then if map.values.stream.reduce. Don't I have a fucking thing for this? Can't I just sum map.values? If that's... I can set it to being a new. And then this is going to be just the entry. And if it's not null, we will return a singleton with this dot exception in it. Otherwise, collection return return this. Otherwise, return collections dot empty list. It doesn't really matter. So now this would self-report its errors. That's for all the Lycanites predefined distributions, of which there are a handful. There is a Tinker's predefined distribution, the Bleed. Actually, maybe this can self-report just straight there. Get self-reported errors. I can have this be and then we can just do this. Collections dot empty singleton on this dot get exception. Otherwise, return collections dot empty list. Empty list. All right, so now I go back to you. You don't need to do this. what you need to do return this dot exception. Boom. Okay, so now all the problems this doesn't matter because of the way this config is read. This can be final. That doesn't need to be overridden strictly because if you have false, A, this is never going to get called, and B, if you have false, you return this. If this config reader does not self-report errors at C at link does self-report errors. There we go. Then this should always return null. The exception that was created reading the big entry, or null if the config was read successfully. There you go. So now this, it's the same thing, right? Like, which means what I can do here is in the configurators, I can save myself a bit of time here. Single damage distribution configurator, which will superclass DDD single string configurator. How can this throw an illegal argument exception? Oh, yeah, because of that. We want to basically have this right, because that has that. This is going to be equals equals this thing. That distribution passing in an I damage distribution. This one, like this. And we do this dot set distribution. We'll have our create distribution. This will return, actually this needs to return. This can return an I damage distribution, and this can take a map. Just in case I need to extend this later. Or like override this. Why am I saying extend? I have no idea. Math.abs ymath dot sum map dot values -1 less than equal to the damage distribution dot sum of weights tolerance. If that's true, we do that. Else we set this dot exception, which I need to create. Config wrapped exception. And then here I'll put this dot get name. And then entry. That goes there. This returns this dot exception. And that's beautiful, right? And so now this extends single damage distribution configurator, where I don't need this, and I instead just need set distribution, where I set dist equal to . Or I do that. Right, because that's all we need for that. And then, I guess I'll leave that as is. I don't really care too much about that. And then I think actually in this, I can do... What do you do? Distribution is %s, which is the distribution to string. Which I guess I can do... Okay, you know what? I don't need to worry about this. And then I don't need this anymore, right? Like, this isn't important. This isn't important. Because now this predefined distribution sets itself... And this will be a single damage distribution config reader, and we'll change this to be set distribution. And we'll set the distribution to this. And we will add our suppress warnings here, and we will get rid of this. And then the last one, the Thumbcraft one. And this should be dist. And then this goes down here. And then this is not needed. And now it works. Everything is correct. It reads all that shit correctly. Is there anything else? No. I think everything else is probably fine. Unless there's some Tetra shit that... No, we're fine. The Tetra configuration, our distribution bias configurators. What I can do, actually, in the, multi-entry configurator? Yeah. Config wrapped exception. We just do name. And it's going to be name. Actually, I don't even need this. We'll do that, and then we'll just telescope down. I turned on filter keys? What the fuck, dude? I don't want to do that. I can't do this, though, because then it's just going to have that. If it's not null, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll just do an empty string. This whole thing. Like that. And now we can just do this. And pass a null. And the cause. The cause. Okay. Actually, go back to this. Where are my readers? You. I don't think I need this. This is more so now just a part of config reading as a whole. And if you know what I can do? In the multi-entry configurator, not in there. In the config loader, which I think is in init. It is. That's not it. No fucking clue where it is. Config loader. Where are you packaged? Oh, you're just packaged in config. Okay, yeah, sure, whatever. Um, we can do e.log for starters. We can do that. And then if it's a config wrapped exception, we can do get. We can whatever. Functions dot to string function and then fatal it out. Sure, whatever. So it'll log it, but then and this logs at whatever error level or whatever, that's fair. But then if it's some, really big problem, it'll actually do that. We'll set it to true, and then if if error.get because we could scream louder, right? But like what this is gonna do is if we read incorrectly, Do I do that? Probably not. I don't think I really need to go that far. Now, where do you show config errors? Get error messages. I could actually add something in front of it, right? Yeah, I probably could. Oh, I see, I see, I see, I see, I see. Uh, let's start new array list. Then, and if messages dot size is greater than 0, there we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. Did not expect to be doing this for 5 hours, dude. I'm just reading the config and screaming louder. What the heck? Well, that's fine. Now that all DC is done and it reports errors better, I guess we kind of went down on a rabbit hole of making this thing read the config better, which I guess is probably a decent idea. Now, if I go here into the config, I just want to verify this works. If this works, then I'm done. There is technically one more thing, but I will do that one other thing on my own time. Because I probably want to get something to eat and all that other stuff, so I'll probably just finish that off stream afterwards. Let's go to something like... My god, do you not have a drink or snack? No, I have a drink next to me. But I will be getting a snack after this, basically. Is there... Okay, there's a bleed distribution here. If I set this bleed distribution to 0.9 for Tinker's Construct, it should complain, and then it will tell me to check the log, and the log will have more details on, like, the specific problems there. If... dude, I have to go to... Development tools, there. Config errors on join, so that's a true. Alright. Now, we'll get it up. Indeed, and you see I left a little bit of drink for that. It was all part of the plan, dude. All part of the plan. Yeah, like I'll be getting some lunch and then also starting dinner, like basically at the same time. Lunch, quote unquote, not really lunch. I had a good breakfast. It'll be a, you know, something to have to eat, and then I'll have dinner ready to go as well, and then we'll be good. And by dinner ready to go, I mean like I have to put it in at like 4:30, so that it's ready for like 5:30. Right? So it's like, no. I still have a decent amount of time before dinner. It's just not now. But it needs to get put in earlier. Apparently this coding stream has like just like fried my brain on a fundamental level. I've been saying random words and shit. Now I am curious to see. Now it should spit out and be like, brother, you idiot. It actually says it twice. Why you say it twice? Tick bleed does not have weights that add to 1. Why you say it twice? Is it in there twice? It's in there twice, and the question is, why the fuck is it in there twice? No, it's in there once. It's in there once. Then why you say twice? Okay, now you're screaming too much. Like, there is a requisite level of screaming here, and you're doing it too much. Considering, okay, so it got that one error once. Oh, wait a second. It might be because there's two. Wait, no, that still makes no sense. Because it should have said it twice, but it didn't. It said it once, and then it did it twice. Self-report errors, get self-report errors, stream, get localized message, collect to list. Add all. Instances, readers, stream, filter. Get self-report errors. Does self-report errors. Flat map it to get self-reported errors dot stream dot map. Configure your exception, get localized message. The fuck? Get self-reported errors is a collection. We reduce it into one, and then if it's not empty, we spit it out, right? So then, bless ye and all your shite. What the fuck? Instance reader stream filter, blah blah blah. We flat map. We don't reduce it. We just collect it to a list. Why are you there twice? Unless it was there twice. Twice the fun. Yeah, I'll say. What if I just fake to a set? This seems like a really dumb solution, but it does work. By putting it to a set, the identical messages should get filtered out, while still then adding it to a list in order to preserve the order so that we can have this message at the front. This might be indicative of a more serious problem as to why it's reporting twice. But it could also be dumb shit, in which case this works. And you know what? I'm not paid enough to care, because I'm not paid at all, but that's besides the point. I like spending 5 hours on 6 things. But actually only 5 of the 6 things. Oh my lord. That's good, that's good. That's how you know you're on good stuff. Accepting item data, item metadata better probably is not that bad. Hopefully. I don't know. It might be. And I might push that down to like tomorrow or something. All right. There you go. Now it only says it once. Cool. That's all I wanted to know. That's all that mattered. All right. Cool beans. That's good for me. Again, there is that one last thing. Maybe I should take a break. I can hear brain overheat. No, you're correct. This is exactly what I was planning on. We just got this one thing left, which I will probably just do off stream, likely. This doesn't seem to be that bad. Probably really simple. I hope it's really simple. I'm not expecting it to be that challenging. So, that's gonna wrap it for me. I'm going to go and find the right scene. There we go. I'm gonna get going, and I'm going to get some food and fix this up and commit all this, and we'll have a release this week probably. Took longer than I expected, but Sylvie, we got done. So that'll be it for me. Tomorrow I'll be back with usual Minecraft shenanigans, and or any other unexpected surprises. That's the plan. Sounds good. All right. Thanks everyone for tuning in and watching. You all have a great rest of your day. I'm going to stare at a wall or something for like 3 minutes, or who knows what. All right.